Oh, and I might have missed a comment. Oh, check window. Yeah, I totally missed your comment. How did I get into the SaaS side? You're a recent grad, can't find a job, but you're interested in starting your own thing. Got any advice? I mean, you can always just start something. I would say try and do some freelancing, but only a little bit, enough to fill out your resume and get yourself a job. Because working like a full-time salaried software dev job will teach you a lot more about building software in general anyway, right? Planning, estimating, etc. Ended up not getting your drink, of course, Fallen. Yeah, dude. Some of the DoorDash drivers are just terrible. That said, man, Indian food sounds really good right now. Now you're thirsty and hungry. How long did it take to build this dashboard front end? I don't know. Level of complexity? I don't know, man. Does it matter? Sorry. Eh. Hold on. Let me read your question, G-Man. Use the built-in stuff as much as possible. You don't use your local SSH agent. You let GK handle it and just point it to the SSH keys. Use OpenPGP for commit signing. Since GitKraken doesn't have a built-in GPG, let you check Git. No, it's like the experimental Git executable. That was the setting I had you toggle on the other day, and you haven't had any other crashes, right? Yeah, I understand that, Fallen. Right? Like a bad lead really does suck. But you can always find a better job. Well, not always, but the component library is Mantine. Is that not in the stack? Yeah, so Dashboard is built as a React SPA using Vite and Mantine. Mantine is the component library. How do I do version control in the SDK? Well, basically, I'm going to need to start versioning the API, and the SDKs would just follow the API version because they're generated. So if you're not aware, the whole reason I wanted to make sure my OpenAPI specification is up to date is there is a tool called OpenAPI Generator, and it can help you generate SDKs for a whole heap of languages. Soon. That's the release date. But yeah, like all of the bolded ones, I forget what bold means in this list. They don't really tell us. They're like the more heavily supported. So I can generate an ActionScript SDK if I want, which I want. But Apex could be an option. Like, why not? All right, we'll do C# for sure. Yeah, right after Half-Life 3 releases. Hold on. Oh, I don't have that image right now. Ah, shit. That's what I need to do. I need to get my background images going on this machine. I have a background image on my other, like my old Mac Mini and on some other devices where it's like it shows the aliens guy, right? Like aliens, like that guy from like the History Channel or whatever. But it shows him with like a Half-Life 3 shirt and like a big wall of like things connecting and pointing to each other. And it's like Half-Life 3, I want to believe. It's like really good. But yeah, I'll probably end up doing a bunch of these without doing a whole bunch of other extra effort. Thoughts on inheritance in OOP? I don't know, man. I'm not a big fan of the whole thoughts questions. They're kind of low effort. Do you have anything specific you want to ask about it? Like, there's the age-old wisdom of probably you shouldn't be nesting inheritance more than a couple levels deep. It just becomes hard to trace things. So G-Man, hold on. Wait. So you unchecked the wrong thing and you didn't have your crashes? Well, now I'm really curious. What is the thing that you checked before? Because that'll actually help us understand it a lot more. Like, what did you actually do? Use default get credential manager. So that was the one that you checked or unchecked or whatever. Yeah. But that's what actually solved your problem then, right? Okay. Now hold on. Let me pull this up. Oh, okay. No, that's good. GKD feedback. Thanks, Nyla. Okay. So go to let's see, that slash dot get kraken slash config. Yeah, so G-Man. Yeah, I really want to help figure this out more. Please send me a message over in Discord. And what you want to do is go into that file and grab a thing called app ID. So yeah, go ahead and send that to me when you get a chance. And do you have any like idea of like the timestamp range that we should be looking at in our telemetry? Oh wait, did you find it? You found the image? Hold on. Oh, that's it for sure. Yeah. Yeah, this one's good. The last crash would be ideal, just so that we can like maybe look into and debug what was going wrong. And then see if you can reproduce it. Like if you can get the crash to happen again. That would be nice just to understand. And then, then we have a more recent timestamp as well. Yeah, no worries, G-Man. No, this is important. We need this stuff to work. This is hugely important. So yeah, let me just pass this on to work. And what did you call it? It was the... And real quick, use default get credential manager. Did you turn that on or off? Right? Like, what was the thing that fixed it? Turning that on or turning that off? Okay. Use default get credential manager. Okay, cool. So yeah, that helps. Thank you. And yeah, we can get back to our code. So yeah, generating SDKs, right? We're going to do that just automatically. So it's going to be tied specifically to our API version. Because they're generated, there's probably no code that we should be manually changing. We're not 100% certain that what gets generated is actually what we need, though. And that's where we may have some other stuff to fix. It will be a build step, yep. And yeah, I probably need something in my API docs, at least for now, letting people know that the API is experimental and some things could change. We will endeavor to not do backwards breaking changes, but while we're still in experimental phase, shit could break. And then having some way of subscribing to those changes and seeing like the diffs would be nice. So we'll need to set up some infrastructure for people to like sign up for notifications of that changing. And then we'll probably have to start versioning the API better after that point. Yeah, RSS feed, that's nice and simple. That could at least be like the first step. There's probably other stuff we could do after an RSS feed. Yeah. No, that makes a lot of sense, 4-wheel. We could even let people like set up a webhook. That could be interesting, right? Slack integration would be nice. Yeah, I haven't done one of those, but I actually want to do one here pretty soon. That's actually one of the things I want to build out, maybe for dog fooding Waltr. Like a Slack integration of some kind. Yeah. Yeah, no, I like that idea. Yeah, no, definitely not. Yeah, I think Slack and Discord would be good, especially if we want to target game developers. Game developers would be on Discord probably. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, yeah. That's a separate thing. That one we just ignore for now. But okay, so yeah, let's get the private API going. Let's close some tabs that we don't need, though. I'll leave ULID open. Yeah, so testing the internal API. That part fails out when we do scaffold here. All right, caught exception, payment stats response not found. So we need to generate some of those responses for the stats endpoints. It's the same API. Internal is access token, external is API key. And there's some endpoints that are only internal versus being on both. So here, let me just show an example. No, that's fine. It's okay. Let's see. What would be a good one as an example? So here we go. Public means that this is part of the public API rather than the internal API. Now, that does mean that I might be splitting those out wrong. All right, so get route metadata. That part's easy enough. But then here, once we've gotten that metadata, right, if is public is that else, and we just jam everything into it. Yeah, okay, so I did that right. Sweet. Okay, here's one thing. Let's close all of these endpoints for now. Hold on. What are they complaining about? We'll leave that for now. All right, so payments stats. We see payment stats response right there. Are you saying the song? My beanie? Hold on. Yeah, fix the beanie. Come on. Oh. Hold on, sorry. Coworker just reached out with I think another Mitch Hedberg quote. So I made that tweet earlier. I posted it to LinkedIn as well. So yeah, that might. I'm not sure where they saw it. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, coworker saw that one. All right. So yeah, this payment stats response. Total daily monthly. I'm not even sure we're hitting this endpoint actually. And really, this would be account payment stats response. But no, maybe that one's just generic enough. Hey, what's up, sheep? Yeah, how you doing? How goes the server host stuff? Or I think that's the name of it. Damn it. I think that's the name. Been having a bit of vacation. Nice. Oh, so Argoose, if you're curious about the song, you can always just do that, and then you get the song. We've always got it working. Well, not always. Sometimes I need to restart the bot. All right, so payment stats response, we need to go to our response types. And that's not quite right. And what's up, Standard? How's the dog? Still allergic? Oh, that's actually going to fail anyway. Aww. That sucks. What kind of dog is it? Okay. Sure. No, that makes sense. Yeah, I almost think I just want to delete this payment stats endpoint. Okay. No, that's fine. Yeah, in the future, like, yeah, bring that to my attention as quick as possible. You know, I don't want to be L1 support for the entire company, but I'm happy to be L1 support for my audience. If you use Gitkraken, like, totally. So yeah, you know what? We're going to get rid of that. All right, so we're definitely going to have other endpoints that fail still, right? So the account stats endpoint. Okay, no, that makes sense, G-Man. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, I am their developer advocate. It's a pretty fun gig. Yeah, so we're not using that stats endpoint either. Not yet, at least. You've been trying to get a developer advocate at your company. Oh, okay. I might know someone who's looking right now, and they've been a developer advocate for years. So yeah, depending on like the kind of role. And I can just share Chris DeMars. Yeah. Dude, right? He's been in like the most active speakers, on Session Eyes. He's no longer at DigitalOcean, but yeah, might be worth reaching out to him. Like, dude, yeah, he presents a lot. I believe so. Yeah, like I'm almost certain of it. So yeah, feel free hit him up on LinkedIn or whatever if your company is actually ready. I know he's interviewing at other stuff, so there's no guarantee, but wanted to throw it out there. And feel free to like mention that I referred you or whatever. Yeah, I think, he's been remote for a lot of stuff. So yeah, he'd totally be down for remote. Where is this stats endpoint? It's not that one. It could be that one. Let's go find the path. Okay, so account stats response. And we are doing that on this page, right? All right, so we are definitely hitting that endpoint. We just don't have a type for it. And that is totally fine. And what did we call it? Account stats accounts. Like a glove. Damn it, Super Maven, you're just too good. 1 second, I gotta check one thing here. Hold on, let me just check one more thing. Okay. So we want to create that type. And then if we rerun this, sorry, I just got to check one thing for work. All right. Oh, man. Let's go to the top. Did that run everything successfully? That looks about right to me. Yeah, it's just logging the public stuff. But if we go to our API, open API dev YAML is empty. But why? Hmm. Ah, okay. Oh, and those are way off. Yeah, weird that that output didn't kick in. But yes, this is for the API key stuff, so we just need to make requests and responses for those. Let's find the endpoints so we can double check what's in it. Can I? All right, well, we're actually at it, so that's fine. Okay, so yeah, response types and request types. Now, first, let's make sure we do have post API key request. I don't think we have a response for it, though. Maybe we do. Get API key response. That actually looks correct, except response types shouldn't have the post in there. That actually looks okay. So get all API keys response not found. Yep, because we're inconsistent with the naming convention there. All right, post user response. All right, so then here in auth, what's up, Charles? These headphones. So hold on, yeah, there's a couple good headphones. There's the Venture Electronics Monk Plus. Yeah, so anywhere between $5 and $10, not a bad deal. These are not those. Or actually, yeah, no, these are those. Yeah. So these are the Monk. There's another brand that is like File. Something like that. No, not Focal. Yeah, so then this brand. Yeah, so most of like the File ones, like in general, if you're looking for headphone reviews, head to HeadFi. So yeah, these guys are also cheap. They're around like the $10 mark as well. They're pretty good. So yeah, those are also a good brand. But yeah, I think that's even the same case and everything. So yeah, if you like basically just search for headphones, right? Like earbuds or whatever on Amazon or wherever, and then head to HeadFi and check out the reviews. What up, Peck? Are you here? So yeah, these Venture Electronics Monk are also very solid. Hey, Maya. Thank you for the raid. And I do follow you. Perfect. I do 1 teabag per day, but I keep pouring water into it. So I'm getting like every little bit out of it. I actually majorly cut out. Yeah, I majorly cut out caffeine. How's it going, Maya? Yeah, what were you doing on your stream? TypeScript and fishies and chat. Um, is that like you just have like a fish tank behind you? I don't know if I've caught your stream yet. I should. Working on banishing Rails into a subdirectory. Ooh. Okay. That's fun. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh, Purple Elf, right? Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Sorry to dead name you. It just, yeah. I didn't catch the name change. That's my bad. I'm sorry. I was actually just commenting the other day that we hadn't seen you streaming in a while. Yeah, glad to see you streaming again. That's awesome. So you have an aquarium in your room now. Yeah, I see it in like your VOD. It's like right above you, like visually too. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, welcome back. Honestly, I'm not even kidding. Like within the past week, I was like, man, where has Purple Elf been? So yeah, Maya, I can just say that. My bad. But yeah, super cool. I'm doing well. Just working on my software as a service. Purple Elf is dead. Okay, I'm sorry. Didn't mean to dead name you. Long live Maya Rayner. No, it's fine. I get it. No, exactly. Yeah. And like it helps you build like a brand, you know? I think it's a great idea. I think it's a really good rebrand. So yeah, by banishing Rails to the subdirectory, like what were you doing with your TypeScript and all that? Like any specific project or anything fun? For everyone joining from the raid, the thing that we are working on is my software as a service. We call it Waltr. Ignore some of the visual bugs. Okay, so you're migrating from Rails to Next, but it's still set up as a Rails repo, which is annoying. Yeah, I wonder. You you could do a hard pivot where you just copy like the Git like subdirectory into a whole new scaffolded Next project. So you're basically starting fresh, but you'll get that like one diff of the migration still. Could be an option. I guess realistically, you could do the same thing by just doing it into a folder. Probably ends up being about the same as far as diffs go. And which project is that? Uh-oh. What did I break? Oh no. Oh, I know what I broke. That part's fun. Oh, Flexile. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I think Flexile is interesting. Right? Payroll and equity for everyone, right? Like, it's actually a really genius idea. And basically, I forget the dude's name now. Sahil? Is that it? He basically built it for himself, right? Because that's how he runs Gumroad and all that too. Yeah? I'm probably messing up his name, but yeah, the Gumroad guy. Yeah, kind of cool. I like it. So this was originally a Rails app. I think that makes sense. Mm-hmm. Migrating all projects to Next. Got it. Almost wonder for Flexile, does it make that much sense? Like, I'd almost instead do like a mono repo where this is just a dashboard, right? So it would just be like a React app. And then for your marketing site, you could do whatever, but probably static site generator stuff instead. It just doesn't strike me as a project that needs Next.js and server-side rendering. And there is like the effort of sharing things. Exactly, right? Like if it's going to be used client anyway, like you're really not getting any of the benefits of Next.js. Same stack to let the AI do its work. I did see his posts about a lot of that AI stuff. I think it makes sense. So Emperor, I personally think the only thing you really need Next.js for are cases where you need server-side rendering. And those cases are basically e-commerce and like really massive content sites. So think like classified ads like Craigslist or things like that, where like generating everything statically is not cost effective. It does have a lot of ecosystem support, sure. I mean, you get most of that with just JavaScript anyway, like with React anyway. But yeah, SSR is really only necessary for things where the data changes often enough that statically rendering everything else doesn't matter. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Or we're like, so basically, SSR makes sense where your data changes fast enough that re-rendering everything isn't worth it. Or you have so many pages that re-rendering everything when something changes isn't worth it. Like maybe so many pages that the static site is a lot of data too, right? So shipping that up to your server takes longer because it's a lot of files. So it's funny how you went from SSR to heavy clients and then back to SSR. Yeah, a little bit of Sobu. I think a lot of that is just marketing. But yeah, no worries, Maya. Thank you so much for the raid. So good to see you back streaming. That's awesome. And yeah, the fish. The fish tank looks great. It's awesome. And what's up, Bedtime Bear, Mr. Sir? So yeah, I still think heavy client if you're behind like a login gate anyway, yeah, heavy client's actually the right approach. As long as you're doing per route bundling and all that BS. If you're jamming it all into one bundle, well, yeah, that's probably a problem. But anything behind a login gate, besides maybe e-commerce, just doesn't need all of that extra overhead for hosting. You know, you can just have an API spun up with, you know, lightning fast, like frameworks, things that respond an order of magnitude at least quicker than Next.js responds for the back end. And then you've just got your static assets that are at the CDN level. So, in my opinion, SSR is the most expensive way to host things that really just doesn't apply to the most common cases that we have as devs. That's the main gist. Now, let's figure out what I broke here. Oh, and yes, I know what we broke. That one's fine, actually. Super, super rare. Yeah, exactly. And the use cases for it are super, super rare. 1000%. But yeah, so that bug, that's an easy fix. We don't need to show anything there. You looked into TanStack, it seemed like extra overhead for nothing. I can understand that. At the end of the day, like it's the evolution of any like router library anyway. React Router is definitely overkill for a single page application. Right? Like the entire scope of their API, dude, I touch like 10% of their API surface. But no matter what, every router is going to start simple and then start adding features when people ask for it, and then all of a sudden you're right back to where you were. Platform as a service that I use starts with a C. I use Render for a lot of side projects. I've got some stuff on Vercel. I've got like one or two things on Netlify. Samsonite. I was way off. Now, Render is really nice for things that are more complicated than GitHub pages, but not complicated enough to need like server-side rendering and all that BS, and not complicated enough to push up to AWS. Yeah. Yep. You mean you've had an extra pair of gloves this entire time? Duh, we're in the Rockies. All right, real quick though, let me go use the restroom. I've been chugging the water. BRB. I'm back. Need to grab a snack and get some beef thawing in the fridge. And what's up, Candace? All right. So then what is the response? We want empty. And yeah, I'm doing well. So that part's fine. That's always going to be a failure. MFA generate response. Do we have that? Okay, so which route is that in? That is in the MFA recover. So we do have a recover as well. So it's not that one. The one we care about then is this one. So recover and generate recovery are actually the same. Get all account balances response. And that URL is actually flipped. Or is it? No, it isn't. Ah, okay. No. So this is right. That response, though, doesn't seem to exist. Oh. Okay, so then for this endpoint, that does look somewhat right. Because it's the paginated data thing. Oh. You didn't see nothing. So are we actually... Are we actually calling this anywhere? I don't think we are. No, I think we are. Okay, so we had to fix that. This part should be fine. My token may have been invalidated. Not yet. Okay. Sometime in the next hour or two, maybe. I think that is that endpoint. Yep. All right, so then month and today. Get all balance payments response. Nope. Oh, and we didn't update that. And instead of get all transactions, it's get all balance transactions. And that ends up being the same thing. Yeah, we'll put it after that. Okay, business response. This is probably get business response. Yep. All right, so get business user response is no good. Well, that would be part of it. Okay. Yeah, and I don't like having to do this duplication. Get all business users request is definitely wrong. Yeah, it's a get endpoint. That was the end of the album. Let's do another. Because I think Synthwave belongs in a museum. Have I ever used Clerk? I have not. I plan on using it for something at some point. For this project specifically, I wanted Magic Link support and I wanted multi-factor auth, and those things they really like nickel and dime you for. Maybe Magic Link is all right. Yeah, I'm not sure I like the idea of them controlling permissions. I can understand a little bit of that, but I don't know. But yeah, multi-factor auth, I didn't want to pay $100 per month for that. They really like nickel and dime you to where, like, if you need multi-factor auth, Clerk ain't the move. Not if you're bootstrapping. If you're already funded, then who cares? But then, yeah, user impersonation, enhanced roles. Audit logs I plan on implementing myself as well. So I just really didn't want to be automatically at the $225 a month tier, even if I have 100 users, right? That's just a no. In plenty of other things I'm doing, I don't need the audit logs. I don't need the multi-factor auth. At which point, good to go. Like, no problem. Simultaneous sessions seems like another thing that's questionable to nickel and dime for. Oh, because you got to expose some endpoint. Yeah, that sounds annoying too. Yeah, that's actually a pretty big blocker, I think, as well. Oh no, I've got a couple ideas for a couple projects that are small enough that I don't mind trying it on. But this, I really didn't want to like deal with the pivot for this. So that's the main reason there. Exactly, right? Yeah. I think there's a few others to look at too, but I don't know. Ugh. Right, so Clerk is like the biggest one. Auth0 is like actually like the oldest. I think Permit is another good one. Fusion Auth seems all right. I think Fusion Auth's biggest thing is that they are like SSO out of the box. Maybe Backstage is one of them too. I don't know. Fuck that. Nope. Nope. Yeah, I need a really generous free tier. Every time I look this stuff up, though, I find like a few new ones, which is fun. So wait, does Nextauth basically require that you use sessions instead of JWTs? I think they do, right? Looks like they track sessions here, which means they're probably using cookies. They may use a JWT in that cookie, but yeah, as far as I understand it, sessions in a cookie by default. Yep. So there's Lucha. It's just not something I want to do with the applications I'm building. Like, cookies are inherently stateful. I don't want to do stateful auth. No thanks. I understand there are plenty of use cases for stateful auth, but not for the applications I build. If you think you're going to want to do revocation, like a revocation list, well, then yeah, you might as well just use sessions in the DB because you're still going to have a single point of failure for scalability. I just mainly don't believe the people that say they're absolutely necessary at all times. So you need to be able to revoke sessions. So then, yeah, at that point, to do the revocation list, you'd be running into the same like single point of failure. I get it. That's fine. I don't think every application needs a revocation list, though, or being able to revoke a session. But yeah, there are definitely people who will happily mislead you. Yeah, no worries. Right? Like one of the biggest ones I've heard is, well, if you're using unpackage in production, then the owner of unpackage can throw any old JavaScript they want into the payload and you'd never know. So then they could just scrape for keys and you've got a problem. Well, okay. Number one, it's a straw man argument because you shouldn't be using unpackage in production. And number two, what prevents that same attacker from just injecting code that makes a request on your behalf anyway? It's the same problem. It's the same exact problem. Right? If they're already inside the house, it doesn't matter what kind of lock you have on the outside. All right, so get all business users. Well, number one, let's just do the full scaffold so we don't break the back end again. And yeah, I think it's just the get business user response that we've already got somewhere, right? I don't think we even spit out a total because, yeah, it's not going to be one of those get metadata. Endpoints. All right, so what's another thing that we're missing? Patch business user response. That is here, and this is just get. All right, so then get all account quotas response. Quota adjustment stats response. Check one thing here. Get balance stats, get stats for a balance. We actually have that as empty response, which is definitely wrong. I'm not even certain that works. Oh, yep. Hold on. Yeah, I think we get rid of those endpoints too. Balances stats. Stats for a specific balance. We do that one, but we don't do these two. Oh, no, we actually do keep those. Hold on. Let me look at this. Okay, yeah, no, so we actually do that. That means that here, no, not there. And where did I just see that? We just had it open, and now I'm questioning it. Damn it, today's already the 25th, huh? Man, this month went by fast. Yeah, okay, so this endpoint's not actually getting used. but we will. Yeah, so I might just want to build out that endpoint. We'll throw it in the dashboard and call it good. Those go away completely. Okay, so then, yeah, let's close those. And we left that. So this is going to be get user response. Um, get business user response, which I think is actually wrong. That is actually totally wrong. Uh, I believe the quote is, "Where is my motivation? Smoking my inspiration." But I don't know. I just like building stuff. Some people understood the reference I just made. Those people probably wake up with sore knees in the morning. Their knees hurt when thunderstorms roll in. Okay, so yeah, getting a user. This is not business users. Oh, hold on. There you go. Echo gets it. Echo gets it. There's the stack again, Emperor. Wrecked from the pit, fond memories. So architect is the main thing, but I've built my own like wrapper around it. So this like at route decorator and a lot of the middleware I've built, and even my own like ORM for DynamoDB. All right, so hold on. A GUI for viewing the handlers? What do you mean by that? Like the handlers are just API endpoints. No. So you remember how I said go check out the docs at Get Waltr? This is probably what you're talking about. So my OpenAPI specification is what this is built from. And what we're doing right now is actually validating that our API does what it says it does. We've got the front end, or not the front end, sorry, the public version of the API, which is API key accessible. We've got that fully tested. But we also have an internal API, which involves some of these endpoints, like this one, that you can only do within the dashboard. So the dashboard is probably not going to have a visual for this stuff. You know, you can just throw that into any like Swagger viewer or whatever. But this is the GUI for our documentation. So like some of this stuff comes from elsewhere, but this, let's see, this title here, that comes from our docs. Some of this stuff is massively out of date, though. So just keep that in mind. We need to start rebuilding these docs. We just haven't gotten to that point yet. Yeah, this is where you'll see the public version. We're now working on the private version. The private version I don't care about making pretty. It'll look pretty enough in any old Swagger viewer, and if you're not familiar with Swagger, it's what OpenAI or OpenAPI used to be known as. So you pass in an OpenAPI spec here on the left, and this is what it would render as. So my private API will look exactly like this, because I don't care about making this match branding and all that BS. Let me get more music going, though. So I think that is actually wrong, right? Like the... Yeah, right? This is just users, not business users. Yep. Okay. So then over here in responses. I want to make sure that's actually working right. And yeah, chat is a bit chatty, and I like it. I think it's fine. Emperor is very curious about the project, and that's fine. I'm okay with that. All right, so email, name, and user ID. None of that. Hey, and it blended. All right. So now that that blends, we should have this open API dev.yaml, and oh boy, we do. Oh boy, we do. Oh boy, we do. If we go down to the bottom, though, let me just double check this thing, bearer auth, and we only accept bearer auth. Perfect. Cool. All right, so then if we go look at Dured. Wait, did I misspell email? No, we're good. Okay. Had me worried. You just wanted to see the emote, right? Okay. Yeah, yeah. It's a solid meme. Shit, what's the Mitch Hedberg quote? If bananas got you drunk. I don't know that quote. Oh, it's carrots, right? Okay. If carrots got you drunk. If carrots got you drunk, rabbits would be fucked up. That's just the whole quote. All right. All right. That's a solid quote. I did not remember that one. That is a solid, solid quote. But okay, so now we need to actually start running our dread testing against the API, and that would be dread dev YAML. Dread dev hooks are right there. All right, and then what I want to do here is I want to take those dread dev hooks. We're going to do this, copy. All right, it's basically all the same junk. The API keys we don't care about because we end up using the token. Then yeah, here for the before each, we want this to be auth header. Oop. And the rest of that might be okay. So, moment of truth. Hold on. This would be, let me double check what our command is. We go to package JSON here. We see dread dev and dread open. So yeah, let's just do dread dev. We should at least see some of these work. Nope. Hooks handler command not found. What? Oh, okay. So in our dread dev YAML, no, that looks fine. So that should build into that. No, that part's good. We want log level to be error. And then what are we doing different between dread dev and dread? Oh. Looks like language is not necessary anymore. And the rest... rest of that looks fine. Interesting. So... Oh, shit. Yeah, I know why it's failing. Duh. Hey, there we go. All right, so a lot of our 403s are not failing. Looks like not a single one of them. I like how many of the others are working, though. That's good. All right, so we get some failures now, right? The patch 200 failed. We get a bunch of failures for the multi-factor auth stuff. Yeah, testing the multi-factor stuff is going to be tricky. What's up? Colin's Life over on YouTube. Um, we are currently using TypeScript. Oh, shit. All right. So we want to make sure we skip the dev endpoints. So I almost want to add like a skip value to our request response logic. What's up, Universe Cheese? That's a good name. It's all right. It's about as good as it gets for me. Hold on. So we just got to stop that. Yeah, we need to implement the skip logic. My day's going well. All right, so then in here, we bump that version as well. As long as we're assuming that's the correct Redmond. That's about right. All right, so we want to add source and package JSON. All right, and then here, this. God, can you imagine iPhones were ever this small? Like, dude, it's crazy. Yeah, this is my older phone because I lost my current one. But dude, like this thing is teeny tiny, man. I actually really like it. I got the other one mainly because I wanted nicer cameras. I don't know if the cameras matter that much. Oh no, it's gone. It's gone forever. But iCloud makes it easy. Like I don't lose any of my SSO or any of that stuff. Like all my multi-factor auth is fine because of Google Authenticator. Yeah, it's a pain in the ass. Like a bunch of the stuff I need to like log into, there's still a few things that send me like an SMS, and that shit's really annoying. Oh, wrong folder. Double check something over here. Okay, so that one built and should be good to close that. Okay. All right, so we got to bump a couple versions. This one goes to 36. This one goes to 64. Any minute now. All right. So then we can bring this back up. But we're not ready to run that yet because I have some dev endpoints to add that skip flag to. Okay, yeah, we're good there. Nope, that is not what I wanted. Marketing sign up, we also get rid of. Options, we can probably skip that one. Oh, we don't even have a route decorator for it. And really, for those other routes, I could just delete it. Like, the skip isn't even necessary. If we wanted to skip it, we could just delete it. Yeah, you know what? I think that's even better. That would have been the smarter way just to skip it. Whatever, we pushed it up. We could always revert, but I think it's fine. Okay, so then, yeah, that, quotas, all that stuff we keep. Services, yes, services don't get run anymore. Yep, removed that and removed that. So then I think we're good. Nope. We need to rerun scaffold first. And then we can run dread. All right. So yeah, back to it. We see we're getting a lot of 403s. And we can start examining maybe why those 403s are not working. Oh, nope, that would be it. We're just going to stop it right now. What's up, Zerk? How you doing? All right, so now we should see those 403s actually work. Yeah, like a glove. Starting your new job on Monday? What kind of job is it? All right, so part of the issue, I think, is that we have a lot duplicated between the dev hooks and the production hooks. So there should be some way that we could compose these things, and that would be nicer. So maybe we just call it like Dread Hooks Common. Oh, that's right. Senior cloud engineer with the NBA. Dude, that is huge. That is really cool. Um, does that have anything to do with like StatMuse? I guess StatMuse is a Disney thing. It's on the streaming side for the NBA. Oh, that is super cool, Zerk. Very cool, man. Right? We know Nick Wan, who does data for baseball, right? For the Cincinnati Reds. We got you doing some NBA stuff. Like, man, yeah, that is super cool, man. Let me get more music going. Yeah, very cool. So that mean like you get access to like box seats or something for whatever local team you got? That'd be super cool. Like probably like you have to apply for them or something. No? Can you get free tickets? I guess because they're all like franchised, maybe not. You're not even a big basketball fan? Got it. I think it'd still be cool if somehow there was like a good, easy way to get like some cheap or free tickets or something. A recruiter reached out, and 6 rounds later, dude, that is brutal. Yeah, there's got to be some way that you could probably get some tickets. So, I mean, it'd be nice if, I don't know, you got a family member that really likes it or something. Sure. Yep. I mean, it could be worse. They could do 6 rounds and then ghost you. Source graph, I'm looking at you. Four rounds for an internship recently. That's insane. Right. They want you to do work without paying you. Yeah, dude. Yeah. Hell no. You want some of that? Then pay me. Right? We can do a contract to hire, no problem. But I'm not doing like real production work for you. Yeah. And honestly, like, yeah, that sounds like a good contract to hire situation if it's what they were going for, but it sounds to me like they just wanted free work. I think the Yep deserved the caps, so you're good. Ain't no thing. Let's see how's our testing going. Ooh, we got a few major failures on our hands. Yeah, we do. All right, so way more tests for the internal APIs. Holy shit, I didn't realize it was that many more tests. The fact that we get 199 passing automatically is pretty cool. All right, so here's what I want to do real quick. No, I don't remove the failing ones. We have 66 failing. So, nope, it's not just because at 200 we had one fail. All right, so before all and before each, we'll let be duplicated. Everything else, though, we're pulling out to another file. Oh, it's fine. No, I understand the joke. I get it. Hmm. Let's see if this works. Nope. Hmm. This also similarly fails, right? Yeah. Because the require is giving us an entirely new instance every time, right? No. Shit. Just trying to figure out a good way to avoid the boilerplate. Okay, so here in common, what we want to do then is get rid of all of that. We're going to get rid of hooks as well. Quota. Yeah, looks like quota is the only other thing we need there. All right, well, that blend. Shit. Hmm. Oh, no, you know what? Hold on. So I think some of that is actually fine. We actually need to just reset the database. Right, we do need to let that finish. There we go. That's what it was. All right. So this will actually work. Yeah, so it was definitely an issue with the instance of that hooks object being instantiated anew or not being the same module when we were trying to import it in multiple different places. But now, and maybe that wasn't entirely the fault of it, but yeah, now we're attaching those hooks to the same object and guaranteeing that, and this should pass all tests 100%, no problem. I mainly just wanted to cut down on that boilerplate, because if we look at it, we're looking at easily 650 lines that would have been duplicated between the private and the public API. Right? And we shouldn't have to update that in two different places as we like change APIs. So now if we do dev, we're going to see some failures, but we should see a bunch of these still succeed. No. Really? So Dread Hooks TS worked fine. Dread Dev Hooks TS does not. So that's a little strange to me. Like, why did it work for the one and not this one? Like, a bunch of those fail out as we expect. Expected status code 400, but got 401. Ah. No, that's why, because we're passing the production API key. So what we want to do here is we want to pass in that like auth header as well. And we'll just call it headers. Oh, yeah. Right. So it's not even that, right? Like the API key would actually work for the common stuff. Big int failed to load bindings. You're probably dealing with some big int issues. Yeah, I'd say, yeah, you just got to Google that one. I don't know, man. I haven't hit that one specifically, but my guess is that it's your TS config and you're not bringing in the right library. Like it's definitely a TS config issue. So hold on. Wait. The thing I thought was the problem can't be the problem because it works in one but not the other. So that stash value should be set. Unless... Hold on. Unless I modified that... Nah, we're setting all of this. So that should be okay as well. To me, that sounds like a plain old Google kind of solution. What you're recognizing is that just like prompting ChatGPT, Google search is also a skill. What did you type into Google? If you just blindly copied and pasted like you just did here in chat, that's your problem. Like the try run npm rebuild or whatever, right? That's a mistake. That shouldn't be part of your query. Okay, so here's what I think we can maybe try. If we grab that. Yeah, let me think about something else for a sec. I'll Google it for you. All right, so here you go. You're getting this error because a nested dependency has a compilation step that might not succeed in your platform. Have you installed Windows build tools? Like, I don't know, man. This is definitely your problem. And some of these things might fix it. Okay. I'm just letting you know. Have you tried doing it inside of a Docker container instead? Right? All these things are right here. It just required reading. All right. Well, yeah, I don't know, man. Are you sure? So do you have a proper C, C++ compiler toolchain? Do you have make, and do you have a supported version of Python? Do you have the build essential package? Like, I don't know, man. Okay. I'm just letting you know. Other people have the same problem. And you're saying none of these work? I doubt it. What node version are you on? Etc. Check all your versions. But, dude, this is the job. Expecting someone else to solve this for you is really misunderstanding the nature of the job. And I missed a bunch of follows. Amin, Sir Jayway, and maybe it's Senior Jayway? Senior Jayway? And Bossgans. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. Sometimes you just got to get up and take a step away. Again, that's the job. If it was easy, everyone would do it. All right, so what I'm seeing there, and let's just double check what we see here. I want to put these both into debug mode. All right, so here's the one that we're passing. All right, so part of the problem is that when it passes, we're still not getting the debug values that we care about. So here in this first one, what if we just leave off note, and then we'll get it to fail? Oh, hold on. We want to turn off the verbose. Yeah, and for the most part, Lightspeed and other people that were trying to help them, those drive-by, help me solve my problem kind of things are just really not great. You know, they've never, well, they have been here before 4 years ago. They don't follow the channel, right? They're not acting in good faith. We don't really want to entertain those kind of people because they're not a quality viewer. Treating Twitch as your own personal Stack Overflow is a huge mistake. All right, so we do see API key there, right? And then if we do dev, we don't see the authorization header here. So what is it about our dread dev hooks? Hmm. We just don't see that before each even firing. Oh. All right, so that works. Like, we're able to get debug going. It's like the authorization header just isn't getting added. I could have sworn it was. So let's try this. If we go and grab that, head to the bottom here. I think we have a compilation error. Now, it can't be a compilation error because the JS file builds and we're fine, right? One second. Let me just double check this. Yeah, application/JSON. That part looks fine. I wish it only showed us debug info. For the one test we're trying to run. So we see that is running that. The parser warning, I don't think we care about those. Yep, this is it. Okay, that's our issue. Cannot read properties of undefined reading before all in dread dev hooks. Mm. Yep. Good to go. Okay. Yeah, and because we get no type safety, because it's a require thing and Dread doesn't have types for us, that's why that fails. Okay. Okay, so now you're asking what are the things. So the spicy peppers, that is JSTS biscuits kicking in. Very similarly, you see like the vomit emoji and the only, that is assorted biscuits kicking in. And they are just annotating ending blocks of my code. So as an example, HTML biscuits will allow you to annotate the class and ID of the ending brackets or the ending tag of an HTML element. Very similarly, you can do the same thing. JSTS biscuits is probably the buggiest of the bunch, but that's the one that does the spicy pepper. You know, it's configurable. You can set it to what you want. And then assorted biscuits does all of these languages. That's why you see the YAML kicking in. All right, so now we get rid of that. We do the same thing for the Dread YAML. Yeah, no worries. All right, and then Dread Dev hooks down at the bottom. We duplicated this one, and I think we're good on that. All right, let's do a clear. Let's get that running. Hold on. We're going to fix that. We don't need that log statement anymore. And did we leave that over here too? No, I think we're good. Okay. So then, will it blend? We kick it off. And we're seeing a bunch of passing tests. We'll see an accurate representation of what is failing and not. I think it's going to be back to that 199 passing, 60-something failing. While that's running, because it takes a little bit, I'm going to go rinse out this glass, and we're going to pour a whiskey. Definitely trying to cut down, but I've probably been having enough for long enough that, yeah, I probably need at least one to taper off. Honestly, I don't think I've been having that much, but I'd rather not expose myself to any health issues from quitting full-on cold turkey too badly. Alrighty, so yeah, we'll do a Woodford. Ooh, that was a good pop. But yeah, I'm definitely trying to cut down on the whiskey. I have been massively overdoing it. Okay, so it's not the 66, it's 67. failing. But better than it could be. Ooh, I'm out of water. I think it's fine. We'll pour some of this tea water. Yeah, that was a solid El Kabong. So yeah, I just got to remember that. Right? When it seems like none of our hooks are actually running, it means that there is some compilation error in this. And it's not compilation, it was a runtime error that we wouldn't catch because this is not a type safe import. So let's get back up to the top. Interesting. So yes, some of these are actually looking close. But we're doing total daily monthly, total today month. Okay, so a few of these should actually be pretty quick and easy. We do kind of want to start from the top, though. Actually, maybe starting from the bottom is the move. What are some of these failures? Oh, okay. Yeah. So API keys are failing. Yep, we scrubbed those. That part's fine. All right. So if we look at it, right, the majority of these tests pass, and we start to get a failure. Oh, when updating a quota, we should not have failed that. All right, so that'll be our first failure. Oh, you know what? No, that makes sense because this is one of those hooks that we haven't created yet. And basically, oh, this one's a 404? Interesting. So this is a 404. Oh, wait, no. So this is that first one. All right, so that second one there, the account stats, that one should be an easy enough fix. This one here is a 404, but this is trying to update the business ID account ID quotas. Okay. All right, so now we need to go back up to the top. This is for patching an account quota. Right? So accounts, patch, accounts, account ID, quotas, quota ID. We have it as quota, don't we? No. Can't solve support tickets anymore. And thank you for the bits. Oh, and we just missed a follow. Ribcage Eater. Interesting. So yeah, Coveran. I mean, I think software dev is still resilient to AI. Like, have you seen some of the shit AI spits out? Have you seen normies who aren't devs try and like utilize AI to actually make code happen? And then solve bugs within that code? I don't think it's a problem. It's just another tool. I wonder, do you think there were people 20 years ago like, oh my God, IntelliSense is going to take my job? I just look at AI as the evolution of IntelliSense. Now, I do think DevOps is valid. It really, really isn't, though, Gunslinger Girl. Like, plenty of the companies that were probably shitcode to begin with might be able to get away with it, right? It makes it harder for juniors to get a job, maybe. But I don't think it's actually taking jobs. You know what's taking jobs? The recession that we're in. Yeah, I don't know. I simply disagree. The people you hear saying this stuff are CEOs. CEOs have no fucking clue. Like, dude, not a single one of them. You think Zuckerberg actually understands the day-to-day at his company? No, he just knows how to appease investors. Investors that have invested into AI, and he has heavily invested into AI for. So he has to justify that this magic AI he's been building is totally worth it. Yeah. Like, exactly. Garbage in, garbage out. You think a project manager understands how to prompt the AI to actually build stuff properly? No. Project managers don't know what they even want most of the time. So bad instructions in, bad code out. The nature of our job will change. What it really means is that every company is going to have a place for a software developer now. Every single company is going to have some kind of place for software dev now. That's my opinion. I could be wrong. But it's like the calculator taking away accountants' jobs. No, it took away jobs from bookkeepers, but it made it to where accountants are actually more than they've ever been. And the amount of accountants outnumbers the amount of bookkeepers that ever existed. Now, I get that, Cover In. And yeah, that's one of those things. Like, look at it this way. You can't solve your support tickets. Do you think an LLM will? Or were you just given the hard support tickets? Again, I might just disagree, and that's okay. I'm sorry, who said that? That was Gunslinger Girl. Right, we might just disagree, and I think that's fine. I think the biggest mistake people tend to make is thinking this time it's different. In all sorts of cases, right? Now, sometimes the this time it's different is just you're comparing against the wrong thing due to time frame. Sure. But this time it's different is a really, really dangerous statement that is often very wrong. I mean, I'll point out, Treff, like, Super Maven does some really good auto completion sometimes. Like, really good. But anytime I let it do more than, I don't know, say 20 lines at a time, the likelihood of there being a bug that I missed becomes way higher. If I let it autocomplete, I don't know, 10 lines at a time, max, it's all right. You know what? It's not bad. So hold on. So that is a big thing, though, Treff, right? Like, that's actually a generational problem, in my opinion. Anyone between the age of, let's say, like 30 and 45, we learned coding by having to hack at it, right? We learned how to just use computers in general in ways that the modern kids don't have to deal with it. So 45, 46, you know what I mean? It's a fuzzy number. But what I'm getting at is, like, anyone, let me just say this, anyone older than 30 has had to deal with computers kind of being shitty to use. And we had to just make things work if we wanted to play that DOS game, like Verbsy's saying. Whereas kids these days, and I know, kids these days, get off my lawn, they don't have that. And it's not even kids, right? It's probably not even an age thing. It's more about like, when did you actually get involved with computers? So even if you're a junior, at the age of 35, you probably didn't put in that much work trying to get DOS to play your games, right? So it's more about, nowadays, software kind of just in general works. So people have never had to actually figure shit out in the same way. So I think that's actually the biggest problem that juniors face today. They weren't necessarily as involved in understanding how to make stuff work. Yeah, I mean, it's very much like Sahil, or I think I'm saying his name right. The guy from Gumroad. Right? Sahil something or other? Yeah, Sahil Lavingia. Oh, and he looks way different than I thought he did. But yeah, basically, he had some somewhat questionable tweets, but one of them was, I'm not going to hire juniors anymore, blah, blah, blah. All we're going to do is sit there with our seniors, figure out the spec, and then prompt AI to do it. Well, he's still paying senior devs to do work, right? The problem that they're going to run into is, how do you actually get senior devs if you don't train up junior devs? So there's this entire like pipeline missing from that short-sighted thinking. And they'll figure it out eventually that, oh my God, all these seniors are retiring. Well, where are the seniors that I actually want to pay to like understand what the LLM's doing? The companies with foresight will still be hiring juniors. The companies that can't afford to pay seniors will still be hiring juniors. Right? Like every single client agency or consultancy out there, every single one of them can't afford to pay seniors what they're worth. So yes, they will still be hiring juniors. But we are definitely living in an age where there are more juniors than there have ever been. Because I think LLMs and AI at least make it easier to become a junior. Like my younger brother never programmed, never did any of like the hard programming stuff back in the day. At all. But he's able to like prompt some LLMs to do some shit, which is kind of cool. But man, he really does need to get a job as a dev to understand that there's more to dev than just code. Yeah, like, yeah, I don't know. And we're at a good moment where I'm okay, like, ranting and chatting about this a bit because, dude, we got a bunch of this shit going. But what I wanted to shout out was, and hold on, let me get more music going. This was Ghosty Shaders, right? Yeah, boom. All right, so here in Ghosty Shaders, I will admit, I'll be the first to admit that I am really bad at writing bash scripts. It's just not something I do day to day. I don't memorize that stuff at all. But I was able to prompt an LLM to get me there. But it involved a lot of back and forth, and I did get there way quicker than I would have otherwise. So, hold on one second, Trev. The oh my zish, like the .sh is a valid top level domain. If you hadn't added that dot, you would have been fine. No, that's fine. No, you're good. We only do it to prevent the spammers, and it does work, so we keep it. But yeah, again, Gunslinger Girl, you're more than welcome to disagree. I'm not trying to drag you through the mud either, so I'll stop saying you by name because other people disagree too. And that's fine. I think a lot of it is that people want something to change the status quo. They want to think they live in the most exciting times. I would say AI is going to take like support center jobs, right? Like help desk jobs way quicker than it'll do anything else. But even then, it'll probably only take L1 support. There's so much more to support than just like the first level. And in fact, when was the last time L1 support actually solved a problem for you? Right? For tech savvy people, never. It's just there to cut down on the people that are really bad at anything technology related. See, I don't think real ML research is actually suffering. There's plenty of like really cool stuff being done. Right? Like some of the software chips that we saw. I mean, any company working on LLMs is probably working on other stuff too. It's interesting stuff for sure. For the most part, a lot of that like AI and machine learning stuff happened at universities anyway. Right? Big tech was rarely on the forefront of that kind of research. See, I don't actually trust an or an LLM generated recipe. That sounds terrible. No, that sounds like a really bad idea. That sounds like a real quick way to poison yourself. Maybe they do. I would say Google is one of the main ones then, right? Yeah, exactly, Verbsy. Right? Here's how to make some mustard gas real quick. But we're going to call it mustard sauce. It's really spicy. Extra spicy mustard sauce. Yeah, I don't know. I think here's something that people overlook as well. What if you didn't need a job? Because of what AI and LLMs and all of that stuff can do, right? All it takes is unlimited energy. We could probably figure that one out eventually. So what if you just didn't need a job? Yeah, Star Trek future. Then you actually just take a job that you want. Yeah, post scarcity. Now, there will definitely need to be some kind of eat the rich moment. Yeah, Treff, come on. We don't need that kind of dooming. And we don't want to get too political here either. Eat the rich is not political. I'm going to say that right now. That's humanist. But all right, so let's get back to it a bit. So we got some failing tests. Why is this a 404? That part is a little curious. All right, so here we are in accounts, and we do an update. And that update oh, that is just an account. Yeah. So then we go into quotas, and we do an update here. I almost feel like this should have been a public endpoint. Like if you wanted to update an account, It's Drama Sans. It's even better. Hold on. Okay. Wait, which blog? Like my blog? Where do I even mention that? Oh, you're right. Oh, you can actually paste links now, so it's totally fine. Hold on. So then there's another that you might want to check up on too. I should probably update that post. Growth Book was one that I was not aware of at the time of that blog post. And Growth Book is actually like really smart. It does the static file thing like Vexilla does, like the thing that I built. I'd say Growth Book is definitely worth checking out. I am biased. Let me keep that in mind. I'm a bit biased. The founder, I don't know what his title is, but the founder of Growth Book has given me a free hoodie and some t-shirts, and super nice dude. Got to meet him when I went to KubeCon. But I would say, yeah, check out Growth Book because they are also self-hostable. But they do it in like a really like scalable way, in my opinion. So yeah, I don't know. I haven't used it yet. I have my own, right? So I just need to fix my own. But I would say Growth Book is definitely worth checking out. And I believe you can self-host it still. I'm not sure where their docs are for that. But yeah, it does look like, clone it down, Docker Compose up, and boom, you got it. Pretty cool. Oh, and I guess ConfigCat does something similar too. Yeah. I would say Vexilla's not there. I've got major bugs with it. I wouldn't recommend anybody use it yet. And honestly, that link is out of date as well. It's vexilla.dev now. Oh, you like the docs? Ah, thank you. Okay, cool. Just making sure. Yeah, I like the fact that when you pick like TypeScript Rust Elixir, that it actually does it for the entire site and it like persists after a refresh. Yeah, Astro is really nice for that kind of like enhanced functionality for a static site. So yeah, I'm glad you like it. Thank you. This is kind of a fun post as well, if you like good blog posts. This is the talk I basically gave at KubeCon about just like, what makes a good, hashing algorithm for gradual releases. About what? Yeah, I would say do not use Vexilla. I know, I'm slacking on it. I decided to pivot to Waltr because I think it's more business viable. But I think that, that reading you could do might be worth it. And yeah, we'll do some more Vexilla stuff here, I don't know, within the next month or so. Because I need to use it for Waltr, right? But yeah, so updating an account quota. Okay, so yeah, that's actually just a hook that we haven't done. If we look at the dev hooks here, so hold on, wait. We do patch the account ID and the quota ID. And yeah, we'll get rid of this. Maybe. I think OpenAI and all those things could actually just ingest it and call it good too. Will they start ingesting themselves? I don't know, man. How's it going, Best World? Yeah, we're getting to a point where we're definitely getting diminishing returns on effort. The name Waltr is not unique. It's somewhat unique. Like some other dev has it. Oh. Oh, you're right. Transfer any file to your phone? Uh, eh. We can always pivot. Yeah, I swear these things didn't exist previously, but I don't know. Yeah, it seems like they did. Eh. Yeah, the phone transfer thing's been there a while. Yeah, I don't remember seeing it when we did some googling. I think I'm good for it now. Like, it's not a big deal. In fact, maybe that's a good thing. That way I can still like iterate on it. Kind of like like almost stealth. But yeah, I guess we'll have to rebrand at some point. It's not that big a deal though. There are plenty of companies that have pivoted, that it's not that big a deal. Like technically, I almost expected to have to spin it out into a separate thing anyway, because right now it's built under the umbrella company that I've currently got called Whirligig Labs. And Whirligig Labs is incorporated here in Washington State. So, like, if I wanted to get funding for Waltr, I'd have to spin it out into a Delaware corporation or LLC anyway. So it's not the end of the world. God, meal action. We haven't touched meal action in a while. It's easy enough. Just a quick cease and desist. Would not be a problem. Let me get more music going. Oh no, it's fine, Treff. Like, we put in a bunch of work earlier, so I'm not necessarily like stressed about being more productive. And it's already like 8 p.m. And I do need to be up at 8 a.m. tomorrow. I got a bunch of coworkers that are not on West Coast time. So they schedule meetings that are just not great. Well, that's your problem. That's totally your problem, Nightshade. That sounds like a you issue. But no, that is a bummer. Got to get the kids ready for school. At some point, they'll start doing that themselves. And that's way better. Allegedly's. It'll happen. Interesting. Same. It's whatever it is. It's not a big deal. They will need to figure it out eventually, though. Yeah, I'm just so curious why this is a 404. We know the path exists. I just wonder if we're actually replacing quota, account ID, and business ID. So hold on. Before we do leaving off, let's at least create this. Oop. Wait, what do you mean by that? Are you saying the thing that the bot just linked? Oh, dude, yeah, I stream my VODs over to YouTube, but yeah, sorry, my bad. It's not required. It's not a big deal. Yeah, those ones are for work, which I need to record the next episode. Oof. Yeah, I need to get that going soon. But yeah, update account quota. We want to maybe just give this a label. Started it yesterday, but you're at work? Yeah, no worries. I think it's a good one. There's also the one with Tech Savvy Travy. That was a good one too. Oh wait, hold on. That one hasn't released yet. That one releases uh really soon. Like end of this week or maybe early next week. Did I save that? Okay, I did. Sounds like some streamer. Yeah, he did mention he's going to be starting streaming again. I think he was just getting burnt out at that other job he had. And now he's at Crunchyroll. He's still like getting into it, so yeah, like he did mention he's going to start streaming again soon. Is that one of Thor's? Oh, it's a Primogen emote, but it's one of Thor's, like, it's like Thor's face, right? Okay. Interesting. Yeah. I do think he could have owned up to it. But dude, the people in like the live stream fail subreddit, they are ruthless. Like they are just so drama heavy. And then like going and finding other things, like previous moments where he had roached or whatever. Like, I don't know. Thor's only human. We're all only human. We all make mistakes. If people wanted to go back through all of my VODs and find my worst moments, they would have way too much to actually watch anyway. Maybe that's the thing, right? You just got to have way more worst moments, and then it's just a big, it's just a giant needle in a haystack to find the worst one. Yeah, and I mean, I will say some of the criticism does seem not nearly as bad as some of the other stuff. Yeah. Agree. Sure. Yeah. Exactly. It's one of those things. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, for sure. But I don't know. Is he some god coder? Nothing I've seen would say so. No, he didn't pull an Elon. He didn't have someone playing the game for him. Right. And I get that. I will say that there's some people that would say that he at least seems like he tries to portray himself that way. I don't know. I don't watch enough of his content. I don't know for sure. I haven't seen anything that does it, so I don't know. I just know that I definitely read a bunch of the subreddit, right? Like the drama, you know, as is tradition. Yeah. And I do think a lot of people pointed out how some of those were actually like non factual. But his best stuff, Probably totally fine. I don't know. I'm wrong all the time. So I think we're good. I think it equals out. All right, so this one's saying that the quota is not found. That's the weird part to me because that quota definitely exists. He debunks everything in one video. Yeah. I mean, there is that. The worst one, in my opinion, was one where someone like pulled something up from like months ago, where he's like, "Whoever pulled that is getting banned," and it turns out he was the one that pulled, and then backpedaling so fast he almost went back in time. That one was like the worst offense in my opinion. This is one that happened like months ago that someone pulled up a clip of, and he's like, "Whoever pulled that's getting banned." Like, dude, that was like overly harsh, and then for it to turn out to be him, jeez, yeah. So right, and again, no one's perfect though. Yeah, backpedaling so fast he went back in time. I was actually pretty proud of that. Yeah. That was a solid phrase right there. But again, nobody's perfect. If we wanted to pull up my worst moments, they're way worse than that. So, whatever. If quota is not found, how is that the case? So it's the EHN B2Y. Let's go look at account quotas. Well, that already looks wrong. Oh, wait, hold on. EHN? It actually is there. It does have usages. It does have a limit value. So we do know that that is a quota. All right, the XHZ HYDY. Aha, so that's a different account ID, though. What's up? Oh, okay, so there it is. Why don't we have an account quota for that? Yes, this is actually helping us uncover a bug. And that bug is that we're not creating this when we scaffold our data properly. So the tricky part for this one, oh shit. No, you know what? I know why this one fails. Because we deleted it. Mm. We deleted it. I think. Yeah. So we do this patch. Oh no, we didn't delete it. Because yeah, we don't have a delete endpoint for that. All right, so leaving off. What is the message I want to leave for myself when we get back here on Thursday? Because today is Tuesday, right? Yeah, today's Tuesday. Yeah. Yes, the business and account ID are correct. Those things exist, but that quota does not exist. Let me go look at my fixture script just one time. All right, so we create 2 quotas. Oh, wait. And hold up. So we're doing that part twice. That might be actually the bug. Well, no, that would still be the value that we're passing. So if I go to my queues, no, because I'm getting hungry. Food's more important. But I at least want to, like, leave off on something that I can understand. Right? Because I fully believe in the diffuse thought process. Hey, what's up, Ty Sweezy? How you doing? We're about to wrap up. So, was there someone else that you were thinking we should go raid? All right, so quaternary key doesn't exist. So we're good there. Hmm. All right. Well, I was going to say that the account quota seems like it could have been deleted by accident. Or not by accident, but because of how we're running these scripts. That doesn't seem likely anymore. Because we just do the get and the update for the quota. So yeah, I don't know what the actual fix is. But Ty Sweezy, yeah, how you doing? How was your stream? An after work session, chill vibes this evening. And yeah, I definitely follow you. Yeah, what were you doing? This account quota entity is missing, right? Now, like, it would be there. So based upon, right, business ID and account ID, that part's good, but we don't have the quota ID like tied to that. I'm not sure what the fix might be for that. I mean, quota ID exists. Yes, we know that quota is there. Well, maybe not. No, it does. Okay, so we deleted that quota ID, which means we probably deleted that record. And if we look at it, it must have happened over a previous run. As we go look at it, yeah, I think this is what actually deleted that quota ID. And hey, what's up, Public Avoid? Yeah, right? Like a quota could be API usage, it could be network requests, data transferred, anything, right? That's something other people set up in the system. I think this is actually it. On a previous run, we deleted that quota, but then, yeah, no, that's it. Yeah, that is definitely it. So it's a different error than we would have had, because it's definitely after where we did our log. So I bet this originally failed out as a 400. Yeah, 204 is no content. But yeah, hold on. So yeah, finally caught me. Yeah, it was good. Just playing some games. Oh, what games were you playing? Faulty test. I mean, there's only a couple things it could be. And I don't think it's the fault of the test itself. I think it's just simply the order in which they ran. So yeah, the first failure was probably a bad payload. But then on subsequent runs, that quota doesn't exist. So what we want to do instead is probably go through and handle all of our delete like hooks first. And that'll prevent some of these like, well, why isn't it there type problems. Now let me go double check one thing. I want to make sure if that works. We don't dictate the order that they happen in because we're using, like, this is Dread doing the testing. So it's just whatever sits within our OpenAPI specification. And we're not going to try and dictate what order things happen in, but for the delete tests, if we do a hook and create the thing we want to delete first, then we're good to go. And yeah, Ty Sweezy, what was the game you're playing? So here's the tricky part. The account quota should have actually been there still. That's fine. Like, you don't have to understand, but basically, when we do our scaffolding of fixture data, we actually create some cached IDs. That quota ID is one of the cached IDs. Hold on, we skipped this damn song. And it's quota not found. Yeah. So it's not like, well, the account quota should still be there because we haven't deleted that yet or ever. But right, like one quick thing is we could just look at the cached IDs. And I mean, we already know that the cached ID is that one that we were trying to delete. Some Fall Guys. I've been getting back into Skyrim. Nice. Yeah, go get some food. I'll be doing that. I'll be doing some pho tonight. It'll be delicious. Yeah, and there it is. Like, just verifying that, yes, that is the ID that's deleted, but we never deleted the account quota itself. So that should actually still be in the database. Now, what that does mean is that when we do a delete, we should probably delete all of the account quotas as well. I don't know what you mean by that, Trev. If we go up here, we can see a whole bunch of failing tests. So plenty of tests are failing, but not suites because you're still thinking about this wrong. The entire thing is the suite because it's using the OpenAPI specification. We're using Dread.js to verify that our OpenAPI specification tells the truth. So it runs actual integration tests against our API using what's in our OpenAPI spec. There is no concept of suites. This is not unit testing. It is not actually integration testing. It's documentation testing. So yeah, the quota not being there makes sense, but man, it doesn't make sense that the account quota is not there. Because business ID and account ID are what they should be, and we never deleted this. So am I misunderstanding something about how Dynamo does those deletes? No, it's not a tertiary key problem. It's not a sort key problem. Well, hold on, wait. There's no way we should have accidentally deleted the tertiary key. That doesn't make any sense to me. Like, deleted based upon the tertiary key. Yeah, I don't know. Right. The fix is actually a lot simpler than trying to figure out the why. All right, so yeah, that's that. There it is. So yeah, we should go raid someone who is streaming right now. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, I stream 5 days a week, so you'll definitely be able to catch up. Yeah, no worries. Thanks for hanging out. Was that you that just followed me on, like, all the platforms? No worries. You don't have to dox yourself. It's just a joke. Gibson SDK and Lemon. Wait, what's the Lemon part? We haven't rated Matisse Tech for a while, actually. Oh, Midnight Simon's doing a keyboard build. That's fun. We see Snowcone doing some leak code. Let's go raid Matisse Tech. He's a good dude. All right, so yeah, no, we got a lot of work done today. We got tests running against our dev API, right? Like our internal private API, which is great. We got some hooks to make to prevent these things from actually failing, which is fine. Oh, Dope Lemon's great. Yeah, Dope Lemon's a good band. That's not this band right now, though. But yeah, so YouTube, thank you all for watching. Shave off the goatee. You're probably right. Like, how can you even see it? It's barely even there.